Okay. A snazzy outfit for the bun. And real quick, I want to get a little bit more experience for this class, I should say. All right, DPS, come on. Damn it. There we go. Yep. Ouchies! We're supposed to violence us? There we go. I'd say that was relatively painless, but well. That might be a bit of an understatement. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's all good. Do not drop a rock on my head, thank you. Yeah, could somebody interrupt that, please? There we go. Maybe a bit too paranoid, but I'm low level. I don't got a whole lot of things I can use. What do you mean the dancer was just too far, just barely too far out? Oh no. Pulling the paladin. Yay. Fix my outfit real quick. Ooh. There we go.
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. A sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say. But please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
God damn it. Always, I'm a little bit behind. Let's go do some charitable donations. Okay, there we go. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sarn, I thank you for your support. Yase and the other farmers are working hard to develop the reclaimed land. I hear their new tools have made a world of difference. While we are able to procure some of the necessary equipment here, our craftsmen are already working at maximum capacity. In many cases, it is quicker to simply purchase what we require. Your contributions helped us secure these tools for Ihase and the others. If you are curious to know how their work is proceeding, why not pay them a visit? Hey, Ihase. Come to see how we're getting on? The new tools have helped us a great deal. We're very grateful. There's still a lot of work to be done before we can start planting the rice. That reminds me, I placed an order with Kozukura and the delivery is due any day now. Which one of you is Ihase? Right, it's these guys. That would be me, and you must be here to deliver 2 sturdy-looking Zos as requested. Glad are we to trade for Doman goods, so coveted are they by our brothers. But maybe ask why you require 2 live Zo? 'Twould be simpler to bring you horns or pelts or meat, or do you prefer to slaughter them yourselves? Kami for friend. We wish to use them as beasts of burden to help plow our fields. Well-tilled soil is essential in the cultivation of crops. Just the thought of eating the first rice ball from our own harvest makes my mouth water. Rice balls? Remember those fondly. So vivid is the memory I can almost taste it. Mitsuba first introduced us to their heavenly goodness. I shall never forget the flavor. To think that Zos from the steppe can assist in producing rice makes me very proud. Further, if we were to stay and help, maybe they will share some of the harvest with us. Is this some jest? We Budiga live only for battle, not for plowing fields and scattering seeds. And what of our aid to secure the Firewalker? We owe our lives not only to Mitsuba, but to the whole Enclave. They are the ones who nursed us back to health when we were close to death. Surely we should repay this debt before attempting to seize Hien. If we work these fields, we can observe his comings and goings and find the right moment. Not you too! So that makes it 2 against 1. Loath as I am to admit it, the idea is not entirely without merit. Ihase, will you allow us to work alongside you? The only payment we ask is a few bales of rice. We need all the help we can get, and you seem to have a knack for steering Zoes in the right direction, which will no doubt prove useful. But I must warn you, the process takes several moons. You will get your share of the harvest once we are done now. Then we have an agreement. If it leads to the capture of Hien, there's no hardship we would not bear. Come to think of it, Ihase, perhaps when this is finished, you should return to the steppe with us. A man of your stature and obvious strength can make a name for himself. Allow me to join the Boudica? I cannot imagine my wife and children would be very happy about that. Besides, I am much more at home in a paddy field than on a battlefield. Work in the Enclave Demence is proceeding apace. The new workers and beasts of burden will increase productivity and lighten the load for Ihase and his farmers. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doan Enclave grow and change? On behalf of the Shazenkai Svarn, I thank you for your support. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Owing to your many contributions, the Enclave Demence has seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Well, it pains me to do so. I must refuse any further contributions at this time. We have had to allocate additional funds to pay gratuity for donations. Well, we still got a chunk of change out of that. All right, let's do some leveling. Just as I was about to teleport away. Oh boy! Yips. Lots of scorpions, yeah. Not undead ones either. Good question. I'd say the undead ones are worse. Because undead tend to, not really care about how much damage they take when trying to, kill you. A living scorpion, on the other hand, is generally more inclined to go, you're too much to handle, I'm getting out of here. Yeah, there's that concern too, yeah. Goddamn contagious undead. Black Mage, where are you? All the way out there? I mean, I can tell exactly why you're all the way out there. Why you gotta be so far? see. Oh, geez. I got a lot to, catch you up on. And what manner of triumphant tale do you have for me today? Tsukuyomi, Lady of the Moon, thus in the mortal form of Yotsuyu, vengeful daughter of the Nairi, did this primal find a willing host. I had heard stories of the acting viceroy's merciless rule, yet none ever mentioned the terrible childhood she endured. The outward face of history surrenders little of the turmoil which rages beneath its surface. She had but one chance to be reborn, only to have it snatched away, and in the void left behind, her cruelty bloomed anew. Yes, this is all the makings of a tragic Tonka. Forgive me. A form of classical Hingan poetry I was but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying I have yet to master it, so I will thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Neath the half-moon's glow, lily-white petals unfurl. Rooted in malice, the bloom drinks in the darkness and is swallowed by the night. The flower Yotsuyu planted was doomed to last but a single evening before its petals were scattered. Mayhap she wished only for a pretty bloom to adorn her final resting place. I do not mean to excuse her atrocities, but very few of us are born villains. Circumstances conspired to break her spirit even as she made her misguided choices. I only hope that in death her soul has shed the maddening shackles of vengeance. Byakko, you say, as in Byakko of the Four Lords? He and his comrades feature prominently in the Tale of Tenzen, one of the 3 great plays that are performed regularly at the Bujikoza. It so happens I know the story quite well. As a student of the fine arts, it was my duty to study it closely. I expect what you are about to tell me will be most enlightening indeed. Hidden beneath Hell's lid, a sanctuary for some, a prison for one. You spoke with the auspices of Reisen Temple, and their leader was none other than Genbu of the Four Lords, a veritable character from the play come to life. Not that I would question the veracity of your account, of course. I merely comment on the incredible life you lead. Yeah, no kidding. And so it fell to you to quell the raging army Tama of a legendary auspice. In battle? You know how these things go. My word, to think you face the legendary White Tiger in battle, the Western Guardian, the bosom friend with the hero Tenzen. Yes, I feel a Tonka coming on. Feared and forsaken, seeking death in solitude, saved by fellowship, Snow White harbinger of doom, become beloved legend. You know, in the Tale of Tenzen, Byakko is likened to a god of war with near limitless powers of destruction. Not to say that the Byakko you faced was a weakling, but the picture you paint is of a rather less intimidating auspice, don't you think? The sort some might even be willing to cuddle, or at least reach out and rub the belly. He was very cuddly, but perhaps he has grown more reserved in his old age. Perhaps in his troubled youth he more closely resembled his portrayal in the legends. Come to think of it, you're not altogether different, you and him. Blessed or cursed with exceptional powers, defined by them in the eyes of many, brave souls that rose to the occasion. And so it fell to you to quell the raging army tum of a legendary auspice in battle? Suzaku, the auspice's fiery plumage was only eclipsed by her passion for her comrade, Tenzin. Yes, yes, I feel a tonka coming on. As the setting sun, the fire of my broken heart casts shadows of you. 1,000 years of moments we shared in a fleeting dream. Well, I mean, you can't say she wasn't passionate about him. No matter the culture or the era, tales of love and longing never cease to resonate with the soul, do they not? And in Suzaku's case, there is the added element of tragic irony, a being misguided by all save one singular man. A man she could have saved if only he was wrong and the world right. A man whose fate she could have averted had she then the tremendous power she only later came to possess. As moving a tale as it is, I weep to know that every word of it is true. Seru. Complete the whole set. And so it fell to you to quell the raging army tum of a legendary auspice in battle? Yeah, we've been over this two other times, my good sir. That he nearly succumbed to his primal rage willingly, out of misguided desire to fulfill an ancient vow. Truly, this is the stuff of poetry, worthy material for a magnificent tonka. The prize is more battles, which is its own reward, I guess. Corruption embraced into my heart flow and fill, indigo river, crimson black with blood and ash, promises kept, vows fulfilled. I've heard many tales concerning Seiryu before, but your experience calls much of what I assumed true into question. Although his unrivaled powers as a sorcerer are as expected, he is generally described as a massive, majestic dragon, rather unlike the serpentine being with which he's claimed to have treated. Yeah. And this tale of him in his youth, this fledgling auspice mistaken for a guardian kami, it is the sort of story one might expect as a cautionary parable, not a tragic and unfortunate truth. It is not at all hard for me to imagine how he grew frustrated and angry following Tenzin's death. For not only was he deprived of a dear comrade, he was robbed of a chance to fulfill a sacred vow. It is good that you helped him to reclaim himself, for a tortured soul such as his could have easily trod the same path as the mad auspice Koryu. Now for the actual reason I came over here. Yeah. Never mind. I have to join the leveling queue again. Do 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 do. Doesn't seem like it won't take too long to actually. Yeah, they really are. I was doing roulettes on my main earlier today. I don't even have ad locrium at this level. God damn. Right. Yeah, there sure are a lot of Maws. Man, I can't even Asuna that. Apparently the dancer finally filled out the map on, on this particular dungeon. Yeah. Found all 1,000 Maws. Absolutely chock-a-block with poison and none of us cared. Probably like actually heal the tank. Yeah. Oh, that was rude. There we go. That went by so quickly. I'm good. I don't need more balls. I don't need more balls. I'm good with the 1,000 I got. Oh. I don't get a choice, do I? Ah. One more round to get me up to 76 finally, so I can continue the quest. Okay, well, I have Adloquium. Yes. Whee! Oop. Just break all our ankles. It's fine. Gosh. Do. Back up. Just noticed that the Dragoon has apparently been living very dangerously. Yeah. Wrong button. They're called floor tanks for a reason. Oh. Which part? So fun fact, flammable and inflammable mean the same thing because English is stupid. Right? English is stupid sometimes. God, it comes with the territory. Yeah, true. I sure love their memes and jokes. Sure, I get everybody. Just gonna stand under his ass. Yep. Have to get out from under his ass. Really doesn't like me standing there, does he? Yeah. I kind of liked the part where you had to, protect Estinian. That part of the fight was kind of fun, honestly. And it was a nice, change of pace, mechanics-wise. We're in a giant mosh pit. I cannot tell what the fuck is going on right now. Yeah. Odor, odor. There we go. Yeah, serious lack of maws in that one. We've only got one maw, and it's Nidhogg's. Oh, yeah. Before I go, I think I'm going to do a quick bit of... Where are you? Do some Allied Society quests for the levels. Reaper quest. Okay. Out here. And why you gotta be so far away? It is dark down here. I keep forgetting. You all gotta be so far apart. So hard to tell distances and underwater. There it is. And I'm glad we're able to summon him out while walking. One of those small quality of life things that you don't really, you don't necessarily notice until you until you actually have the option. Oh, I've seen you before. You're a friend of the Divine Circle, yes? And now you are here to help me? Must be my lucky day. I'm after the mother of pearl inside those oysters, but the damn things won't open. It's diamonds they are. They certainly live up to their name. I've tried prizing them apart, dropping rocks on them, but no joy. The only thing I haven't tried is explosives. A bit of gentle persuasion and they should pop right open. I hate to admit it, but I'm scared I might do myself a mischief. I don't suppose you could give it a try? Once a bomb is set to blow, remember to give it a wide berth. We don't want bits of adventure being blasted all over the place, now do we now? Bits of adventure or bird. Nicely done. The oysters are a bit more obliterated than I would have liked, but fragments of mother of pearl are better than nothing at all. Thanks. And now to go get that last bit of flotsam and jetsam. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. And over the shit. Yeah, fine. I'll overcap on tombstones, who cares? God damn it. I'm so close to leveling Reaper, goddamn. Okay. Let's go through my... Oh. Sure, everything I have is up to date. Don't level up Dark Knight, something fierce, but oh well. Okay. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fear they proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your aethers appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light not unlike the Sin-Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Hydaelyn's blessing, rather it was absorbed into your being. Oriange also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain, with every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry. So I've sorted my things here, I will join you. Wait out in the rain. We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbough remains relatively unscathed. Yeah, I'm sure a little bit of extra light won't hurt too much. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. Yeah, we got plot armor. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. I but pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alfino and Alize have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Alfino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've brought word of the Warden hiding in Raktika. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrend to defend them. I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Great Wood. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of your meeting with Valthry? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you all are tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the Warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. This place is so big. Yeah. Welcome back, sir. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it. Well, your room has been made ready if you'd care to retire. Very good. I pray you sound sleep and pleasant dreams.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
I gotta admit, being eye level with Ardbert is is a bit new to me. I'm so used to my my Rugadin towering over everybody, really.
What if that changes? What if it overwhelms me?
I'm damned if I know. It's not as if I can lift a finger to help myself, much less you. Have faith in your friends, look out for them, and hope that they look out for you. What more can you do? Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will? Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. bit farther. Nay, I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
That music sure sounds ominous. I suspected that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of sin eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Hell no. Yes, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The XIV tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you would offer succor to those there. I'm going to take a quick detour. With the side quests. Giat is eyeing you. Presumably, it's a bit hard to tell. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah. Oh, looks like you've been training hard. In fact, your muscles are so much bigger. It's almost like there's 3 of you. Yes, I'm joking, as you know, but you do seem stronger. I don't suppose you came up with a clever plan for stopping Sophrosine while you were at it? Don't worry, I have another test in mind that'll get us some more information. Then we'll be better set to think of something. We'll be killing sin eaters again, but this time you're healing them. Well, trying to anyhow. I don't expect it to work. Sin eaters ain't like us, or like any sort of normal creature. But by seeing your healing magic fail to heal them, we should learn why it don't work. And then maybe we can figure out what's so different about Sophrosine. I've heard from folks passing through that stray sin eaters find their way to Amarang pretty often. Meet me at Ward Souk and be ready for carnage. Actually, a really solid idea on her part. There he is, Svarn, come to rejoin his bosom companion in the great hunt. It is well that you have, for I have obtained new information concerning a sighting of Andrea on Colusia. The fiend has transformed yet another deadly mark, a great bear in this instance, into an even deadlier eater. And so it falls to Reek and Svarn to slay the newborn eater and continue their pursuit of Norvrent's most notorious virtue, to Colusia and to glory. Old Souk should be where, that guy, Tavern. This is... Yes. Zurich, that's his name. Ah, there you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake and seems to be no worse for the wear. Physically speaking, at least. There's just one rub, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from, or just how he managed to get swallowed up into the void. In fact, other than his own name, Tainor, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you. Eats my half-arsed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint. Yet I reckon he's hurting inside, and badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. I suggested that he go for a stroll around Mord Souk, in the hopes that the sights might help to jog his memories. He can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? Hey, kiddo. Do not tell me. You are the one who rescued me from the flow, yes? I feel from you the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the aether. Oh, I'll be damned. The boy's a sharp one. And that's not the least of it. The carer who examined him said they could feel great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Tainor here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from, only the darkness. No need for apologies, boy. You did well just to make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe this is what roused me from my slumber. If the halls truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another, or from another to ours. But that's not possible, or is it? Trying to look innocent over here. You'd be surprised. You know something I don't, friend? Ah, worry not, I won't pry for details. Totally. Ah, well, no sense racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do. Namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that? For me? But the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Ha! It's no burden at all. Besides, if we could figure out just who you are and where you came from, it just might lead us to the answers we seek. Now, let's consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world, with not a soul to care for or look after you. Yet, this seems unlikely. Yes, the mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, then it stands to reason that someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, and whether you are of their blood or simply received their tutelage, this I cannot say. But either way, I'm certain they're worried sick about you. If that truly is so, I would very much like to meet this person too. That settles it then. Let's get down to business. I took the liberty of inquiring around Mord Souk and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Tainor's description. Which means that we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town whose travels often take him far afield. Let us have a talk with him and see if he's heard any helpful rumors. what I'd like to be able to do? Pick up my carbuncle and carry it with me. Just hoist that thing under my arm and run around. Rumors of a missing boy, you say? Funny that you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Mordsuk, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There, I met an ailing mage. As the carriers told it, he'd been ambushed by a sin-eater and was separated from his child in the battle. Alas. Bloody hells, could it be? If the sin-eater that attacked the poor man was Phronesis, that would explain everything. This man you speak of, he could be my father? We must go to him at once. Agreed. I only hope that the man is... No, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let us make for the inn and see what the carriers there can tell us. I was about to hop on my beast and go flying, but alas, I cannot fly! I must banish the light before I can fly. Actually. Yeah, damn it. On the other side. Alas. My noble shadow beast. Oh there, I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. I fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question has already been found. This is him, right here. What? So it wasn't my father after all. This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family? Just so. We heard that a man here was looking for his son, and we just hoped... Alas, it seems it wasn't meant to be. But there are many people here, yes? Might I ask around and see if any of the others are my family? But of course, yet many of the people here are quite ill, and in many cases, in considerable pain. It is not a place for a young child to walk around unattended. Indeed it's not. Guess that means either myself or Svarin here should accompany him. I'll go with him. The walk might help me, take my mind off things. Not a bad idea if the lad doesn't mind. I reckon Tainer would rather be with someone of his own age. Yeah. Take his mind off things. Speaking of which, how is the boy's father holding up? I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He is a man no longer. Oh? The child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. Yeah, totally not. It was some small solace to learn that he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself. I see. Reckon we should also find someone to look after Tainer as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family. But we have no other leads, and the deadly Sin Eater's still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead or worse than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch after Tainer for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way.
Isn't there anything else we can do?
I too wish there was more we could do for the lad, but think of it this way. If we don't do something about that damned Sin Eater, who knows how many poor children will end up like Tainor. Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's the best we can do for the boy given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry, it's my decision and I intend to take responsibility for it. I've grabbed this, haven't I? Yes. Bad news, friend. It seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts, and Tainer's up and run away. Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come out from one of the hollows. The other boy put two and two together and figured he'd been attacked by a Sin Eater. And I said, my dad was attacked by a Sin Eater, and then he turned into one himself, so I asked, what if you turn into a Sin Eater too? Tainer's face went all white. He kept saying, what do you mean? What do you mean? Over and over and over again. I couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him, shut up, just shut up. I bet you're turning into a Sin Eater already. Why? Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing? Don't be so hard on yourself, lad. Both of you have had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tainor before he comes to harm. Let's split up. I'll search to the west and you take the east. And be careful out there. Run, 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 run. Think that's him over there? Oh dear. Yeah. You good, kid? Apparently my bird has decided to to roost on top of him. Yeah. We're side questing. We can protect the Crystarium later. When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see that you have everything under control. Are you okay, lad? Forgive me. I don't deserve this kindness. was just so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories, and then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me? Yeah. That's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me as much. You suffer no direct wounds. You're in no more danger of turning into a sin-eater than Svarin or me.
Funny you should say that.
Is that so? That's good to hear. But I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father. Yeah. Funny thing, that. He was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad, and you've been through more than any man should. There's no need to be ashamed about your feelings. There is still so much I do not understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Why must it be this way? Only I could remember something, anything. I'm sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone. Whoop. Now it's your turn, Tainer, and do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure. Your command of magic is the equal of my own. If I can succeed, there's no reason why you cannot. Be your mind of worry and focus. Thank you, Ardbert. I shall try my best. Wicked White, are you alright, Svarin?
I think I figured out this kid's past.
I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hung low in shame. Then Ardbert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. Ardbert, why does that name sound so familiar? I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this god's forsaken place. Let's head back to the inn and see if we can't get to the bottom of this. Can I give the kid a piggyback? Tainer, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Forgive me for acting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. Really? That's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore. I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit. I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend. The kids are making friends. Yay. I knew that the two of you would work things out. Now, let us return more to Sook. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. There's your mark. Keep. There you are. One can only hope. There you are. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden. When you came to, a portion of Tainer's memories had returned. I don't know what happened out there.
Oh yeah, I haven't explained Echo flashbacks to you yet, have I?
The power to look into the past, eh? Yeah, that's a short explanation. And you're certain that what's Farin described matches up with your recollection of the past? I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend Ardbert that was with you that day is no ordinary boy. He's none other than the very man who became Phronesis, one of those gods-damned warriors of light. If he was just a young child in your memories, that means that what you saw took place over 100 years ago. Would that it were just a coincidence, another boy with the same name. But no, judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. On the way back, I managed to recall some more about Ardbert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a means to open a hole to another world, and were recruiting young children with high magical aptitude for the task. I'm sure they weren't messing with things that they weren't meant to be messing with. Ardbert and myself were the two they chose. Can't be serious. And yet, that would explain the Sin Eater's ability to summon those damned hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Ardbert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But what I don't understand is, why haven't you aged at all? I cannot say for sure, and yet my memories, they're slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to help you find a way to close the hollows. You'd be a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering after all. In the meantime, don't worry. Farin and I will see that you're safe. I'd thought Tainer was just a victim of the Sin Eater. To think he was actually friends with the man himself, or back when he was still a man. This can't be simple coincidence. Yes, I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he's figured matters out. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead, while waiting for the rest of Tainer's memories to come back to him. Yeah, we're the main character. That is to say, if it's all right with you, lad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this. No more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band, and as long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, Svarin? I see. Thank you, Surig. Thank you, Svarin. I will aid your quest in whatever way I can. And that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. Right. Good news, friend. Tainer here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad, what is it? Time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Ardbert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leaders sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Ardbert and I were chosen to participate in the research. Summoning great beasts from beyond our world? You're a mage, Svarin. Is that even possible? Looks at the carbuncle I have at my side.
Maybe he's thinking of Void Scent?
Void Scent? Never heard of them, but I'll take that answer as a yes. Mages come up with the damnedest ideas, eh? And yet, I don't understand. Why ever would they use 2 young boys for such a dangerous experiment? The beasts our master sought to summon reside in the planes most distant from our own. Reaching across such a great distance requires a tremendous store of innate ethereal power. And so our master set about to breed the perfect mage. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another, in hopes that they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. Finally, they succeeded. And so you were born, and Ardbert. Indeed, from even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, for what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. There I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void until Svarin called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day. It's one thing I still don't understand. If so many years have truly passed, why is it that you have not aged even a whit? I cannot say for certain, but I remember the words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. If it is true that the rift extends outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket could correspond to months, years, or decades in our world. So you've returned to us just as you were that day, even while over a century has passed for the rest of us. Why didn't Ardbert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void where you were trapped? I feared that would be close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison. On losing you, not only did Ardbert lose his friend, he lost his only chance at saving you. So basically he ended up locking the keys in the car. Talk about being dealt a rough hand. Fear not, I have good news to share as well. I do believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the Hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the Hollows for Onisis so enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall I give it a try? Oh, now that's music to my ears. But let's not be too hasty. After all, the last time you tried to use this magic, there were some complications, to say the least. Yes, we must take the necessary precautions before confronting Phronesis in earnest. Let us meet outside the village, where Taynor can test out his magic safe from harm. To the edge of town! There you guys are. Ooh. Ooh. Wicked White, you did it, lad. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I will need further training before I can face... Phronesis, where in the hell did that bastard come from? Damn it, I'm too close. I can feel it pulling me in. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Quick, activate arm's length. No, Ardbert. These are my friends. You mustn't hurt them. Uh-oh. This is a bad time for a flashback. This isn't good. The cave-in's completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no other course but to press on without our companions. You heard her. What'll it be? I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead? I am just a swishy mage, after all. Spare me your japes. You've no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions. A promise I mean to keep. Ah, I told you that splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Renda Ray were here, this second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Now, Silva, let's not forget who our true foe is here. Limit, you're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease? According to the miners, the beast was first sighted on the same day the tremors began, its very presence sucking the mountain dry of its aether. We dwarves know these caves as well as we know our own bodies. Trust me. And I suppose we'd best make short work of it before everything comes crashing down. Hey, where do you think you're going? My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You've uncommon confidence to think you can fell the beast without aid. Answer me this. Why is it you are so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? Bounty? Why indeed. At any rate, unless you've a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on, yes? Finally, something we can agree on. And so I have a proposal. What say we band together until our battle here is won? I mean, they've got a light party right here. The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let us vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Until the battle is won, then. After that, I go my own way. Aha! Your aid is most welcome, Ardbert. Let us make short work of the beast and take our leave of this place while we still can. Indeed. It would seem we're not the only ones stuck in here, eh? I have a bad feeling about this. The leftmost one is mine. Silva, you take it. You take its friend on the right. Consider it done. Have at you, fiends. Right now. What's this? It leads deeper within. We really should have asked for a map. Not that it had been much use after all the cave-ins. Well, aren't you a big boy? Owie! Thanks, Silva! Still think you could have managed on your own, mage? Perhaps. Perhaps it would have been more of a struggle than I expected. That's him. He's the one who drinks of the mind's aether. Alright, let's put this oversized bull out to pasture. Silva, Limit, and Ardbert, with me. My magics are yours. For now. I will take the front. The battle is on. Someone's others of its ilk? You should dispatch the small fry, and quickly. Leave it to me. Yeah, this one looks like trouble. I think it's a bit late for that. Silva's in trouble. Oh god, we're at... Oh. That should do it, Silva. Yep. Oh dear, another earthquake. This bodes ill. Poor Limit got accidentally sniped there. Nope, nope. Nope. It didn't get swiped this time. You can have. Yep. Oops. Let's not get Venn diagrammed. Ouch. Ooh. He seems like a good time for a limit break. Haha. There we go. We've done it! Now, to find ourselves a way out. Tremors continue? But why? The fiend has been vanquished, and it's either returned to the mountain. You're wrong. No, it was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. Ah, yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of aether accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature drawn here by the stone, as was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along. Stone has been left unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of aether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming, it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. For how many years have I searched for it? Precious relic that could afford me the power needed to save my friend. You mean to take the stone from this place? But then, what would happen to the mountain? If the aether is not returned to the earth, it is but a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners, those who live at the foot of the mountain, countless lives would be lost. There's no time. What can we do? Kainer, my friend. Damn it. Damn it all! The tremors have stopped. Kainer, pray forgive me. I promise you this, as long as I walk this earth, I shall never, never give up hope. Hey, where did that come from? The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return for your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us and let us join you in your search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as the sort who just might enjoy it. So, what say you? We'll travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encounter along the way. And who knows, before you know it, we just might stumble upon a way to rescue your Tainor. I would like that very much. Oh boy, now they've got 2 elves on their team. Tainor, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I will find a way to bring you back to us. But today I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now, I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me. Sparn, are you alright?
I've got sand in my everywhere, but I think I'm okay.
Worry not, Phronesis is long gone. I launched a few arrows in its direction while it was distracted by Tainor's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm just glad you're awake and on your feet again. Come now, let's hurry back to Mordsook before the bastard has a change of heart and comes back for us. I'm a very sandy bunny right now. But that was definitely one of the more elaborate echo flashbacks I've ever had. Yeah. Yep. You really gave us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly sin eater in plain sight. Let me guess, you had another one of your visions, didn't you? Wait, take me. So that's how Ardbert and Ardbert met up. This goes to show you that in times of crisis, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now let's see if I have this straight. Ardbert made it his life's mission to save Tainor here. Knowing that his own energies wouldn't suffice, he went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. And deep in the mines that day, he found it. Yet in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone and his own cause to save the lives of the countless innocents who called the mountain home. And so did he take his first step down the path of a hero, a warrior of light. But that's why he came back to this place. why he still summons the hollows as he did so many years ago. Aye, there can be no doubting it. Even now that he's become a Sin Eater, bereft of memory, reason, and any sense of his own actions, the ghastly shell of what was once Ardbert still haunts the wasteland, searching for a way to bring back his old friend. Can he even recognize that he has? I only knew him as a child, and the whole idea of Sin Eaters and Warriors of Light was all so new to me. Even as the pieces came together, I could not truly believe that Ardbert and this Phronesis were one and the same. Yeah. When our gazes first met, standing out there in the wastes, in an instant, I knew it without question. This was my friend. A friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last, I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis, that my dear friend may finally find peace.
I would do the same.
Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Surig, if only for a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I can learn to close them up entirely. After all we've already seen from you, I've no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally, some cause for hope, eh? But still, we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked his magic, our foes showed up faster than you can say Phronesis. While this might be simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that the casting of the spell itself summoned the Sin Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting any similar incantations until we're prepared for the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies and hone your skills to whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Svarin and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the hollows, it will come down to our firepower versus our foes. We must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. That's all for them for now. Man, did it summon my carbuncle? Gulp, 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 burp. You know, I heard that the liquor here ain't fit to drink, but it's not even bad. Gets the job done, and with a real kick. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Ah, Geode, always downing one ale or another, you think to yourself. And so good at it, too. I'm uncontrollably jealous. I just can't take any more. And you quietly weep on the inside.
You know what? I think you and I need to have a drinking contest sometime.
Sympathetic, I am, but my drinking is important. No, indispensable. Dwarves get fiercer the more they drink. Really fuels the fire within. I can see you don't believe me. Fine, you leave me no choice. I'll show you. Go on ahead and dice some Sin Eaters in the time it takes you to finish off this moored swill here. Scope that down and come and find me, southeast of here. You'll see. A half-finished bottle of alcohol, apparently purchased by Geode, sits on the mat. The local concoction within is a deep brown, and from it wafts the stench that can only be described as atrocious. Drink the moored swill? Yeah. Oh, hells no.
Bottoms up.
You hold your nose and gulp down the remaining liquid. At first, you taste only a rancidity that makes you curse nature itself, but you then note the aftertaste. It's the flavor of instinctual terror, with a hint of feet. Amazing, you fish! Of all non-moored customers, only you and Dwarf ever drink so much. Where the hell is the exit? There we go. Alright, let's see how many Sin Eaters she's diced up. Yeah, she got one. See? Your average Sin Eater's no match for me. Not with the power of tradition and alcohol on my side. As a matter of fact, I put down another before I got around to this one here, but I did the job a bit too well. Really mangled the thing. It was pretty gross, flattened in all the wrong places with bits poking out and the like, so I got it out of here. Oh, so she got two. Anyway, you get the idea. I drink a lot, I kill stuff. You have to admit that it's an effective strategy. And now that we've got our Sin Eater patient, you can try out your healing on it. Go on. Let's cast a physic. Really? Okay, let's cast Adloquium. Come on, why can't you let me cast it on it? Oh, you cast actual spells. As we thought, nothing. Did you figure out the why of it?
I think it was never really alive to begin with.
You're right on that one. Sin Eaters may look like beasts, like people or beasts, but it's like they're just pretending. They're not truly alive. Only the light drives them, keeps them going like winding an automaton. And healing magic ain't meant for restoring life to something that didn't have none to begin with. But if Sophine's power ain't like the healing magic we know, what is it? I also wonder why it don't come and revive this one. Is it just too far away to take notice? Then again, I never heard tell of it appearing at Home Mr. Switch, neither, and so many Sin Eaters got killed there that you'd think it would take note eventually. Why do they resurrect some Sin Eaters and not others? This is all too much thinking, not enough drinking. To the Crystarium. Alright, the background music is different. Entrance is closer. Don't mind the ominous music while I go check it with Giot. Yeah. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The moored stuff's alright, but this here is fine ale. At least that's what my body tells me, and I always listen. That's how I keep my muscles primed and my spirits high. Speaking of, would it kill you to relax a little? Being so serious all of the time can't be good for you, and the silent staring just makes you seem morose. It won't kill Sophocene any faster for not drinking, that's for sure. Nothing comes easy to sober folks. And that's why I need a few more on me before I can really get to work figuring out why Sophocene does what it does. keep feeling like I'm missing something obvious, but... Gulp, 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 gulp. Ho! I'd ask if you're here for a drink, but I know you ain't. You've got that serious look about you, as usual. I've got my usual here, too. My 5th round of it, in fact. Ha! Why so few, you ask? I stepped away for a while to do some research, but that moron bloke kicked me right out of the cabinet of curiosity and banned me for life. You're just a wee bit of meat on the books, and he chases you out with the fury of 1,000 floods. A man could use a drink if you ask me. What for? Don't tell me you're siding with him over me. We're supposed to be partners. After I worked so hard to find his new information on Sophrosine, drank so much, sat with those dusty tomes until not one, but both of my buttocks went numb.
So, did you find anything?
You know, after what I went through at the cabinet, your complete refusal to acknowledge anything I do is kind of comforting, actually. Anyhow, I did get some new information from a reliable source, a drinking buddy of mine. Sophrosine was seen recently in the Raktika Greatwood. If we do some of our signature eater slaying in the forest, there's a chance we'll draw it out. I figure that sitting around thinking is getting us nowhere, and research can only take us so far. So, why not? Maybe fighting it together will teach us something we couldn't learn otherwise. We can't kill it, but the two of us should be more than capable of getting a few whacks in and making an escape. I've fought it before and come away fine. Mostly. So that's the plan. Meet me at Slitherbough, then we go a pummeling. Before we go there, I'm actually going to go on a side quest from the side quest. There we go. Damn it. Those two buttons are too similar looking. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I've failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of Dikaiosane. There's one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The Thanes of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore and that the Eater took with him when he left right. Sin Eaters are mindless fiends driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet Dikaiosane took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique. Or the sinless bastard somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just a man to ask. The Ilmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question him myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Dikaiasane's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. It's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Svarin. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. Yep. I'm procrastinating on the main quest and 2 side quests with another side quest. Let's see. Fly to you more. You know, I wonder if there are islands here that aren't, that no longer exist in, Source. God. Lag. Because the Calamity really fucked things up for everybody. Literally reshaped the landscape and all that. Yep. Nothing like several apocalypses to change things up, too. And to what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Orthus, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, for the assumption that should you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Ardbert, that glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a sin-eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mordsuk, I am told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. So, what did our industrious patron have to say? Well, he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, then it might attract Dikaisin's attention, assuming it has it already. Let's go. Back to Mordsuk. Man, this is the third side quest that has taken us here. Where are you hiding, Granson? No, really, where are you? Oh, there you are. Trying to look all cool. Fine weather we're having today in Mordsuk, isn't it? No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Vobertite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is the challenge. I'd say divide and conquer as before. Well met, well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to Vobertite royalty, you say? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession. But no, I do not. In all my years here, I have never even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Yes, do you have business with me, traveler? Ah, the Vobertite choker? Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him at the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. Grandson, I think we may need to pick up the pace real quick. What news, friend? Ha! To think it was that easy. You've the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as that scavenger has the choker, he's a target for Dikaiosine. Boy, oh boy, I sure hope I don't have a poorly timed echo flashback. Leave me alone, lizard. Mercy! Mercy! Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family. Uh-oh. Please, I beg of you, Oops. Got some bad news for the wife. Please, please. I don't want to tangle with that guy. He will eat me in one bite. Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. You can see it in their eyes, like when Dakayasin... Don't tell me. You saw him? Wicked white, and he took the choker too? Damn it. Damn it all. Can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. It's just like right. I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. But not again. Never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Dakayasin. Vengeance will be mine. Right, yes. Neither the time nor the place. More eaters could be about. Yeah, there's a reason he's a Dark Knight. It's just, every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Her. Man's going through it. Oh. Someone trying to solo that. Oh boy. Oh, you're level 95. Okay, you can solo a level 80 mob. Also, you're a warrior. You can solo it. Part of me is tempted to try and help, but it will probably eat my face. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavenger didn't. My wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Got it, I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from your other affairs, Farn. We'll speak again soon. To right. I need to level my tanks. But I'll do that later. Let us brook no further delay and commence our search. Separately, as before in Almarang. If you catch the Eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you will not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur. Surely not, surely not. Myself will be most put out if I happen to lose to you a second time, and so, on that note, may the best hunter win. Obviously, we're gonna find it first. Yep. Of course, the advantage to being protagonist is that you are you are a danger magnet too. So sometimes when you want trouble, it's just so intimately intertwined with the aesthetic. And yay, I leveled up. Finally. Got that last little bit of experience I needed. You survey your surroundings, but find no trace of the bear you seek. Whee! Don't want no trouble with you, Rail, this time. Despite looking far and wide, you failed to find any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Ulrich was indeed the better hunter this day. Damn it. I had a feeling it was gonna attract his attention. You good over here, Louis Reek? Hate to say it's farm, but it seems to relate to the party. Ardbert and his mates slew the bear before we could. It was true then. You've cast your lot in with the boy. You poor daft sod. But I don't understand. The Eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. And you're not the only one willing to open his purse. But more importantly, Reek, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean, rather than all by your lonesome. I have a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff saying you didn't need me or anyone else to finish the job. Tell me I'm wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating me to the prize, because unlike you, I'm not all talk, and neither are me mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost you to buy his friendship? Do tell. Piss off, Landbird. Why are you still here? You got your mark, didn't you? You should choose your friends more carefully, Sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you.
I mean, same goes to you.
You have questions, I am sure. As you may have surmised, Lambert was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills battling Sin Eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, I soon came to see that he was not all that capable of a hunter, and so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions that he might beat me at my own game. Yeah, exactly. Unsheathed scythe. It would seem that his fortunes have improved greatly of late, so much so that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters and must devote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should be getting back to the Crystarium. But before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Yulmore. If I might trouble you to accompany me? Ah, but of course you will. Let us be off. I do have to go into Yulmore. Okay. Or is that a Morrow Keep? Off we go. I would say into the wide blue yonder, but, Ow, that's bright. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it would be bright, but ow. Oh, God. Why lag? God, I can't wait until I can actually get the, Yulmore Aetheryte. So I do like the, format they have here. You can't actually get the, main Yulmore Aetheryte until later in the story, even though you can visit it very early on. Sparn, allow me to introduce you to my father and mother. Yeah, it really does. Father, this is my traveling companion and dear friend, Svarin. He and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly sin eater. Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this eater is, that to pursue it is to court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Norvryn shall sing our praises. Won't that be wonderful, Father? So long as you do not sully our good name, you are free to hunt whatever quarry you desire. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it. Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I'm sure it will suffice for his trivial pursuits. That is why you are here, is it not? Another handout? Don't play coy. You've never been any good at it.
Man, your day kind of sucks.
You know, I always don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, father. We're leaving Svarin right now. Yeah, honestly. Louis Reek is much better than his dad, and the bar, unfortunately, is in hell. You're gonna eat your sorrows, Louis Reek. Forgive me, Svarin, but I would forgo the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I am a free citizen of Eulmore. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I've enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearably boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I am well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People are wont to jump to uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, and so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now then, since Ardbert has decided to turn this into a race, we have no choice but to oblige him and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I am rather embarrassed to admit that I can pay you only a token sum at this time, but I trust that that will not deter you from joining me anon.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing this for love of the game at this point. I got two assholes to spite right now. I was never in this for the gil.
Really? I mean, of course you weren't. Perish the thought. Svarin, my friend, thank the gods you're here. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself, running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea, but alas.
Only the Crystarium?
Well, of course, surely this is the limit of what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish. But never mind all that, for it but recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Renderay's past could hold the clues for which we have been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I felt as though I had heard it before, and I had. My wet nurse had told me the exact same story when I was still a boy. It was a tale of a courageous hunter who, together with her comrades, embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert, and there attempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength and the hunter a fatal weakness, and so in the ensuing struggle her comrades were killed, leaving her, the sole survivor, to swear vengeance. Would you not agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale? Then there can be no doubt. Renderay is the celebrated hunter, the hero I so admired in my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved not to rely upon others and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Ovara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. Also, in light of all this, I should share with you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of these fallen heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Renda Ray being a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death. I don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if that is indeed the reason for why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about Renda Ray's adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former wet nurse. Miss Olvara lives in Gate Town on Calusia. Let us be off then. Gonna make me trek all over for that. Ow. Away we go to Gate Town. Yep. Bet he was closer to the wet nurse than he is to his actual mom. Svarin, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave. Yeah. My, you've grown into such a strapping young man. But I can't imagine you came to Gate Town just to pay me a visit, my little Reek. Not in front of him, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the Warrior of Light, Renda Ray? Of all the reasons you could have had. Aye, those stories were of Renda Ray, the greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend so many aspired to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death, as sin-eaters. But despite all of that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. The years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. And it's true, the hero who I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her. Miss Olvara, Svarin and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search, namely the one about the great horned beast that killed our friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked White, is that? Oh, my little Reek. Very well. Even as a young hunter, Renda Ray's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from miles away even, by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, snapped branch. Eventually Renda Ray would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice. And so they resolved to hunt the scourge of Norvrent, the devourer of souls, Balam Quits. But what Renda did not realize was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing. When she faced Balam Quits, the beast roared with such force that it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled. After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in the simple pleasures. They knew not of her fallen friends or how their deaths weighed heavy upon her still. The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Renda. While in Colusia, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktika, a rumor reached Renda's ears. Balam Quits, scourge of Norvrent, devourer of souls, had been spotted wandering the city of swamps. It was a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. Or perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. So it was that Renda ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, Balam Quits alone. And with all her strength and guile, the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Renda, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore. Strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become the sin-eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was and will always be a hero to me. And to you, I hope. Thank you, Miss Olvara, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So, Svarn, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balam Quits, the one that took her from Almarang to Colusia, then her next destination must be...
The Raktika Greatwood, wasn't it?
Right, that was where she laid low the beast at last, in the city of swamps to be precise. And so that is where we shall go. Let us away. Now listen, Reek, there's an awful lot people don't know about Renda, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself. And be safe. Farn, was it? It is such a pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could. But when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is that it is a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. Right? Exactly what we were saying. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. Yep.
Hey. That way. Hey. Really? Go away.
When I was little, Miss Olivara seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once, and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend. There she is. About time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is. Uh-oh. What? Now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
You and me both.
I wish you were all here with me, but I know it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time I'm ready for your tricks. In becoming battle, your fighters are under array. Alright. Shoving arrows up your butt. No, 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 no. It worked. I've got you now, you bastard. Ouch. Nope. Hey, for taking them from me. Like I'll let you roar again. I've got plenty of arrows left. Yes, yes, just like that. No, thank you. Well, that's new. It was my fault, my failure. That's why I have to do it alone. I'd only been this strong back then, they'd still be alive. You can feel it, can't you? Pain, the fear, serves you right. What the? Where's this coming from? This could be a problem. Ow! Yeah, I won't let it end like this. We won't. God's damn it, Renda! Made it in the nick, I see. Thanks, Brandon. Are you hurt? Don't worry, I've got you. The lone wolf just had to do it on her own terms. Don't tell me you've followed my trail. I'll tell you all about it after we kill this bloody bastard, aye? Something's wrong. It's shrugging off our attacks. Coming from me and Renda, keep your distance. Yep. Yeah, I wish I could repelling shot. Everybody gang up on the mage. Make sure he doesn't get zapped to death. Yep. You gonna roar again, huh? The hells you will. Got plenty of arrows left for you yet. Well struck. Keep it up. Focus, everyone. Are you gonna heal, Limit? Brendan, now, Bird. Assist Limit, quickly. Ouch! Are you gonna heal, Limit? Silva, why did you stand there? You guys might wanted to move there. No? Summoning all its strength for something big. Finish it. Everyone, to me. I'll lend you my power. Together we will avenge my fallen friends. Man, if only we had access to Limit Break. There we go. Tough old burger. Everyone all right? Ardbert, I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. And what, pray tell, did you even try to do something? And why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, it wouldn't have been anything even approaching a challenge. Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much. But I haven't told you about my old partners. Together we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Norvrent. We were the best in the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends. And somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balam Quits. I survived. They didn't. I swore vengeance, but I had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot and thought that maybe, with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all a secret. It's just, you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it. Easier to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. Weeks flew by, and after a time, I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin? These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. Say the thought of losing us pained you? What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You've saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without those keen ears of yours, I'd never know what bollocks Brandon and Ardbert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. Busted. This one's worth a fortune, aye? And fame, besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back into town. Oh, gods, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear Balam Quits' demise, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Renderay, I trust that the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine, but if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion? Wake up, damn you! Hello? What's wrong with you, huh? That's the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes, I don't need your help. I am perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own.
Good luck with that. Honestly, I'd rather just grab him by the collar and go, no, you are not running off this time.
Upon our return to Gate Town, you will be given your final payment, and we will be free to go our separate ways. Yeah, Lurik, if you go running off, you're just gonna get yourself killed. They seem to have things well in hand. Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You are such a disappointment. Consider this a formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names Reek and Svarin in the same breath. Yes, never again. With that, I bid you good day. Olvar just like, what happened? When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that many were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did and decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over, then come and see me. Oh, and take this for your troubles. He thinks Lurik was a little bit scared that something had happened to me. Let's head back to the Crystarium and then call it a night there. Next week, we'll continue procrastinating and doing the role quests. Sorry, we could hold out a little bit longer. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.